Tonight, before you close your eyes, I want you to imagine something very simple. Imagine that your thoughts are not problems to be solved, not enemies to be silenced, not noise to be fought against. They are only clouds, soft, drifting clouds in a vast, endless sky, and you are not the clouds. You are the sky. As you lie there now, perhaps your mind is still busy. Maybe it is replaying conversations from earlier today. Maybe it is worrying about tomorrow. Maybe it is holding on to something someone said years ago. The mind can be restless like that. It likes to wander. It likes to collect. It likes to protect. But tonight, you do not need to protect anything. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to become anything. Tonight is not about achieving peace. It is about allowing peace. Take a slow breath in through your nose, gently, unforced, and slowly breathe out. Feel the weight of your body resting. The surface beneath you is holding you completely. There is nothing you need to hold up anymore. Gravity is doing all the work. In the Buddhist path, we often speak about letting go. But letting go is not pushing things away. It is not rejecting life. It is simply loosening the grip. Imagine holding a handful of sand. If you squeeze tightly, the sand slips through your fingers. But if you soften your palm, the sand can rest there peacefully. Your mind is the same. The tighter you try to control it, the more restless it becomes. So tonight, we soften. We soften the forehead. We soften the jaw. We soften the shoulders. Let them drop just a little. There is a quiet wisdom inside you that already knows how to rest. The body knows how to sleep. The breath knows how to flow. The heart knows how to beat without your supervision. You do not have to manage the universe tonight. And perhaps, deep down, the exhaustion you feel is not only physical. Perhaps it is the tiredness of carrying stories. The story of who you are supposed to be. The story of what should have happened. The story of what must happen next. But what if, just for these next 2 hours, you did not carry any story at all? What if you were simply a living being breathing in the dark? In Buddhism, there is a gentle reminder. Everything that arises passes away. Every sound that appears fades into silence. Every sensation that arises dissolves. Every thought that forms eventually disappears. Even the longest day ends in night. Even the heaviest emotion softens with time. Tonight, we will explore this truth together through quiet stories. Stories of monks and wanderers, of ordinary people discovering extraordinary peace, of small moments that changed entire lifetimes. These are not dramatic tales meant to excite the mind. They are gentle lanterns meant to calm it. With each story, you will not need to analyze. You will not need to remember details. Just listen as if you are floating on a slow-moving river. If you drift in and out of attention, that is perfectly fine. If you fall asleep halfway through, that is perfectly fine. This is not a lesson to complete. It is a space to rest inside. And as we begin, I invite you to bring awareness to one simple thing: the space between breaths. Notice the end of the inhale, the tiny pause, and the beginning of the exhale. That small gap is very quiet, very still. That stillness has always been there, even in your busiest moments, even in your hardest days. It is like the sky behind the clouds, unchanged, untouched. Tonight's journey begins with a story about a man who spent his entire life chasing certainty, only to discover that peace was waiting for him in uncertainty itself. It is a story about control, surrender, and the freedom that comes when we finally stop trying to hold the wind. So now, let your breathing settle into its own rhythm. Let the body grow heavier, and gently we begin Story 1. The Man Who Tried to Hold the Wind. Long ago, in a quiet village surrounded by wide open fields, there lived a man named Aaron. Aaron was known by everyone as a careful man. He planned everything. He measured everything. He predicted the weather by studying the sky each morning, trying to determine whether the clouds would bring rain or pass by harmlessly. He stored extra grain for winters that might be harsh. He rehearsed conversations in his mind before speaking to anyone important. Aaron believed that if he could anticipate every possibility, he could avoid suffering. And so, he tried to hold the wind. Of course, not literally, but in his own way. That is exactly what he was doing. Whenever something unexpected happened, he felt disturbed. If rain came earlier than predicted, he felt irritated. If a friend changed plans, he felt uneasy. If someone disagreed with him, he replayed the conversation over and over in his thoughts, trying to reshape it. He was always adjusting, always calculating. Even at night, when the village slept, Aaron's mind continued working. What if next year's harvest fails? What if I fall ill? What if people think poorly of me? His body would lie in bed, but his mind would run like a restless animal. Perhaps you know this feeling. The body is tired, but the mind refuses to rest. The more you want sleep, the further it seems to move away. Take a slow breath now. Notice if there is any tension behind your eyes. If there is, gently soften it. Arun did not realize that his exhaustion did not come from his work in the fields. It came from resisting uncertainty. One afternoon, a traveling monk arrived in the village. The monk carried very little: a simple robe, a bowl, and a walking staff. His face was calm, but not distant. His eyes were bright, but not restless. He moved slowly, as if he were not in a hurry to arrive anywhere. The villagers gathered, curious. They offered him food and asked for teachings. Arun stood at the back, observing carefully. He watched how the monk accepted whatever was given without preference. If someone placed rice in his bowl, he bowed. If someone gave only a small portion, he bowed the same way. No disappointment, no excitement, just quiet acceptance. Arun felt something unfamiliar stirring inside him. That night, unable to sleep as usual, Arun decided to visit the monk, who was resting beneath a large tree at the edge of the village. The wind was strong that evening. It moved through the branches, creating a steady whispering sound. Arun approached and saw the monk sitting upright, eyes closed, completely at ease despite the wind. "How can you sit there so peacefully?" Arun asked. "The wind is loud, the ground is hard, you have no roof, no walls. How can you be so calm?" The monk opened his eyes slowly. "The wind is only wind," he said softly. Arun frowned. "But it is uncomfortable." The monk tilted his head slightly. "Is the discomfort in the wind, or in your resistance to it?" Arun did not answer. The monk picked up a handful of air, playfully closing his fist as if grasping something invisible. "Can you hold the wind?" he asked. Arun shook his head. "Of course not." "When you try to control what cannot be controlled," the monk continued, "you close your fist around emptiness. And the tighter you squeeze, the more tired you become." The wind brushed past them again, cool and alive. The monk relaxed his hand, opening his palm. "But if you open your hand," he said, "the wind moves freely, and your hand is free as well." Arun felt those words sink into him like rain into dry soil. He had never thought of his struggle this way. All his life, he believed peace would come from preparation, from certainty, from control. But sitting there under the vast night sky, with the wind moving in every direction, he sensed something deeper. Perhaps peace was not about holding the wind. Perhaps it was about allowing it to pass through. Now, as you listen, notice your own breath again. You cannot force it to stay. You cannot hold it in forever. It comes, it goes, and you are still here. The monk invited Aaron to sit beside him. They sat in silence for a long time. At first, Aaron's mind raced as usual. Thoughts about his fields, about his responsibilities, about tomorrow. But the monk did not seem bothered by the wind or by the passing sounds of the night. He simply sat, and gradually, something unusual happened. Arun noticed that the wind rose and fell on its own. He noticed that sounds appeared and disappeared. He noticed that even his thoughts came in waves, rising, lingering, dissolving, without his control, without his permission, and yet life continued. The earth did not collapse. The stars did not fall. The wind did not demand to be stopped. For the first time in many years, Aaron experienced a small gap between his thoughts. A tiny moment of stillness. It was brief, but it was enough. And in that stillness, he felt lighter, as if he had been carrying something invisible for years and had just set it down. The monk spoke again, his voice barely louder than the wind. You do not need to chase peace. You need to stop chasing the wind. Aaron did not fully understand yet, but that night, when he returned home and lay down, something was different. The wind outside his window was still blowing, but inside, he did not try to silence it. He simply listened. And for the first time in a long time, sleep came gently. Let your body grow heavier now. Imagine the wind moving around you, not against you. There is nothing you need to hold, nothing you need to fix. Just breathing in and breathing out. In the days that followed, Aaron began to observe his life differently, and this is where his real transformation began. We will continue with how Aaron slowly learned to open his hand, not only to the wind, but to everything he once feared losing. In the days after his conversation with the monk, Aaron did not suddenly become enlightened. He did not wake up free from worry. He did not float through life untouched by doubt. In fact, the very next morning, when he stepped into his fields and saw dark clouds gathering earlier than expected, the old habit returned. What if the rain is too strong? What if the crops are damaged? His chest tightened, but this time, something new was present. Awareness. He remembered the monk's hand closing around empty air. He noticed his own mind trying to close its fist around the sky. So he paused, just for a moment. He took one slow breath. The clouds were still there. The wind was still shifting. But instead of planning every possible disaster, he simply watched. The rain eventually came. It fell steadily, soaking the earth. Arun stood under the shelter of a tree and observed how the water pooled and then slowly disappeared into the soil. The rain did not ask his permission. It did not respond to his worry. It simply did what rain does, and something inside him began to soften. That evening, he returned to the monk again. "I tried today," Arun said, "but my mind still worries." The monk smiled gently. "Of course it does." He pointed to a nearby pond. The surface was disturbed by small ripples from the wind. "If you throw a stone into the water," the monk said, "ripples appear. If you stop throwing stones, do the old ripples vanish instantly?" Arun shook his head. "They fade gradually," he answered. "Your mind is the same," the monk replied. "You have thrown stones of worry into it for many years. Be patient as the water becomes still." Arun felt a quiet relief in those words. He did not need to force calmness. He only needed to stop feeding restlessness. Tonight, as you lie here listening, notice if you are trying to force yourself to sleep. Notice if there is effort in your forehead, in your breathing, in your thoughts. And gently stop throwing stones. You do not need to command the mind to be silent. Just stop adding more noise. Let the water settle in its own time. Arun began a small daily practice. Each morning before working, he sat for a few minutes facing the open fields. At first, the silence felt uncomfortable. His thoughts were loud. They rushed in like merchants competing in a marketplace. But instead of wrestling with them, he began labeling them softly in his mind. Planning, remembering, worrying. And then he returned to his breath. Inhale, exhale, again and again. Sometimes he succeeded for only a few seconds before being carried away by another thought. But each time he noticed and returned, he was gently opening his hand. Weeks passed. The villagers noticed a change in him. When unexpected things happened, a broken tool, a late delivery, a disagreement, Arun no longer reacted with the same intensity. He still cared. He still acted responsibly. But there was space between the event and his reaction, and in that space, there was freedom. One afternoon, a strong storm swept across the village. The wind howled violently. Roof tiles rattled. Trees bent dramatically. Arun's old fear rose again. This time, it was not about crops. It was about safety. What if the house collapses? What if someone is hurt? His heart beat faster. He almost ran outside in panic. But then he remembered the monk's words. "Can you hold the wind?" He stood still. He felt his feet pressing into the ground. He felt his breath moving in his chest. The storm raged, but he did not chase it with his thoughts. He did what needed to be done calmly, securing doors, helping neighbors, without adding stories to the wind. By morning, the storm had passed. There was some damage, yes. A few broken branches, a loose fence, but the village still stood, and so did he. Later that day, Aaron visited the monk once more. "I think I understand," Aaron said quietly. "The wind will always come. The rain will always fall. I cannot stop them, but I do not have to fight them inside." The monk nodded. "Peace is not the absence of wind," he said. "It is the absence of resistance." Let those words settle gently in you now. Peace is not the absence of noise. It is the absence of struggle against it. Even now, there may be sounds around you. Distant traffic, the hum of a fan, the quiet shifting of the house. Let them be wind. You do not need to close your fist around them. Just let them pass through the open sky of your awareness. Over time, Aaron realized something even deeper. His attempts to control life had not been about weather or crops at all. They had been about fear, fear of loss, fear of change, fear of not being enough. And slowly, through simple sitting and watching, he saw that fear itself was also wind. It would rise suddenly. It would move through his body like a gust. And if he did not grasp it, it would move on. Nothing permanent, nothing solid, just movement. One evening, as the sun set in brilliant shades of orange and gold, the monk prepared to leave the village. He had never intended to stay long. Aaron felt a small sadness. "You are going," he said. "Yes," the monk replied, "like the wind." Aaron smiled softly. This time, he did not try to hold him back. He bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you," Aaron said. "You did not give me new answers. You showed me how to stop asking the wrong questions." The monk's eyes shone with quiet warmth. "Remember," he said, "you are not here to control the sky. You are the sky." And with that, he walked down the road, his robe moving gently in the breeze. Aaron stood there for a long time, watching until the monk disappeared beyond the fields. The wind continued to move, but now Aaron no longer feared it. And tonight, as you rest, you too can allow the winds of thought to move freely. You do not need to stop them. You do not need to chase them. You are the sky in which they appear. Take one slow, gentle breath. Feel the body sinking a little deeper into the bed. There is nothing to hold, nothing to control. Just this moment, just this breath. And now, we will continue with another story. A story about a woman who searched for happiness in distant places, only to discover It was quietly waiting inside the simplest act of washing a bowl. Story 2. The Woman Who Searched Too Far. In a small riverside town, far from busy cities and crowded markets, there lived a woman named Lila. Lila was kind, intelligent, and deeply curious. But she carried a quiet dissatisfaction that no one else seemed to notice. From the outside, her life appeared comfortable. She had a modest home, steady work, and people who respected her. Yet every evening, as the sun disappeared behind the river, she felt the same whisper inside her heart. There must be something more. More happiness, more meaning, more fulfillment. So she began to search. She read many books. She listened to travelers who passed through town, asking about distant lands and ancient wisdom. She imagined that somewhere beyond the horizon there was a secret teaching, a hidden temple, or a rare master who possessed the key to lasting peace. Her mind became busy with longing. If I could just go there. If I could just meet that teacher. If I could just understand that deeper truth. She believed happiness was waiting in another place. Perhaps you have felt this too. The feeling that peace exists somewhere else. In another job, in another relationship, in another version of yourself. Take a soft breath in and gently breathe out. Notice how the breath does not travel far to reach you. It is already here. But Lila did not yet understand this. One morning, she made a decision. She would leave the town and travel to find the wisdom she believed was missing from her life. She packed lightly and followed the river upstream, asking along the way if anyone knew of a great meditation master. Eventually, she was directed toward a small monastery nestled between hills covered in tall grass. When she arrived, she felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The monastery was simple. No grand gates, no golden statues, just wooden buildings and a quiet courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, an elderly nun was washing bowls beside a stone basin. Lila approached respectfully. "I have come to find true happiness," she said. "I have heard there is great wisdom here." The nun looked up, water dripping from her hands. "Is that so?" she asked gently. "Yes," Lila replied eagerly. "I want to learn the highest teachings. I want to understand how to be truly at peace." The nun nodded slowly. "Very good," she said. "You may begin by helping me wash these bowls." Lila blinked in surprise. "Wash bowls?" she repeated. "I have traveled far for deeper teachings." The nun smiled. "Then begin deeply washing this bowl." Lila felt disappointment flicker inside her. Had she come all this way for kitchen chores? But she agreed. She knelt beside the nun and took a bowl in her hands. The water was cool. The surface of the bowl reflected the sky above. At first, Lila's mind protested. This is not spiritual. This is not profound. I did not leave my home for this. But the nun said nothing more. She simply continued washing, one bowl at a time, slowly and attentively. After a while, the silence became noticeable. No lectures, no mystical explanations, just the sound of water, the soft movement of cloth against ceramic, the wind brushing the grass. Lila's thoughts grew louder in contrast. She wanted insight. She wanted revelation. She wanted something extraordinary. Instead, she had a bowl in her hands. As you listen now, notice if your mind is searching for something dramatic. Notice if it wants something more than this simple moment. Gently return to the feeling of your body resting, like Lila holding the bowl. After some time, the nun spoke quietly. When you wash the bowl, she said, are you thinking of finishing? Lila hesitated. Yes, I suppose I am. The nun nodded. Then you are not washing the bowl. Lila frowned slightly. But I'm washing it. The nun lifted her own bowl, turning it slowly in the light. If your hands are here, but your mind is in the future, already finished, already elsewhere, then you are not truly here. Lila felt those words settle inside her. She realized that even on her journey to the monastery, she had not truly seen the road. She had been thinking only of arrival. Even now, washing the bowl, she was thinking of completion. She was always somewhere else. Always reaching, never resting. The nun handed her another bowl. Wash only this one, she said. Lila inhaled softly. This time she tried differently. She noticed the texture of the ceramic. She noticed the way the water curved along its edge. She noticed the small sound the bowl made as she set it down. For a brief moment, her mind stopped reaching ahead. There was only water, only movement, only presence. And in that simple act, something inside her grew quiet. Not dramatically, not explosively, just gently, like dust settling in still air. The nun observed her with kind eyes. Peace is not hidden in distant mountains, she said. It is hidden in your refusal to be where you already are. Lila felt a subtle warmth in her chest. All her life, she had been searching far away for what was always within reach. But the habit of searching was strong, and her lesson was only beginning. Tonight, as you lie here, notice if you are waiting for sleep. Notice if you are reaching toward it. What if, instead of searching for sleep, you simply rest here with your breath, like washing one bowl at a time? No hurry, no destination, just this inhale, just this exhale. Lila stayed at the monastery to continue learning. But the teachings did not arrive as grand speeches. They arrived as sweeping floors, as carrying water, as chopping vegetables. Each task revealed the same truth. She had been living in the future, missing the miracle of the present. And yet, her mind still occasionally whispered, "This cannot be all." In the next part of her story, she will confront that restless whisper directly and discover why the mind is never satisfied when it is always searching. For now, let your body soften further. Let the breath slow naturally. There is nowhere else you need to go tonight. Days turned into weeks at the monastery. Lila's hands grew familiar with simple rhythms, lifting water from the well at dawn, sweeping fallen leaves from the courtyard, preparing rice in the quiet kitchen. Externally, nothing extraordinary happened. No visions, no secret mantras whispered in hidden chambers, no dramatic awakening. And yet, internally, something subtle was shifting. Still, the restless whisper had not completely disappeared. One evening, after a long day of chores, Lila approached the elderly nun again. "I have been washing, sweeping, cooking," she said carefully, "and I feel calmer. But part of me still feels that I am missing something greater." The nun gestured for her to sit. The sun was lowering behind the hills, painting the sky in soft shades of amber and violet. "Tell me," the nun said gently, "when you imagine something greater, what does it look like?" Lila paused. "It feels larger, more powerful, like a moment that changes everything at once." The nun nodded. "The mind loves fireworks," she said, "but true peace is more like a candle." Lila listened closely. "Fireworks are loud and bright," the nun continued. "They rise quickly, explode beautifully, and vanish. A candle burns quietly. It does not demand attention, yet it can light an entire room." Lila felt something soften inside her again. She had been chasing fireworks, even in spirituality. She wanted a powerful experience, something she could point to and say, "There, that is it." But perhaps the candle had been lit long ago. Perhaps she simply never sat still enough to notice it. The nun reached down and picked up a single fallen leaf from the ground. "Look at this leaf," she said. Lila observed it. Its edges were slightly curled. Tiny veins traced delicate patterns across its surface. "This leaf was once part of a tree," the nun said. "It received sunlight. It drank rain. It moved with the wind. Now it has fallen. Is it less miraculous because it is simple?" Lila shook her head. "No. The miracle is not in dramatic change," the nun continued. "The miracle is in being fully alive to what is here." Let those words drift softly into you now. Fully alive to what is here. Not what might happen tomorrow. Not what happened yesterday. Just this moment. As you lie there, notice the weight of your body again. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Nothing spectacular, and yet completely alive. Lila began to experiment. The next morning, as she walked to the well, she felt each step carefully. The contact of her feet against the earth. The slight coolness of the morning air on her skin. When she lifted the bucket, she noticed the strain in her arms, not as an annoyance, but as a sensation. When she poured water into a pot, she listened to the sound as if it were music. At first, it felt artificial, like she was pretending. But gradually, it became natural. Her mind still wandered sometimes. It imagined returning home and telling everyone about her spiritual progress. It imagined becoming wise. It imagined being admired. And when she noticed those thoughts, she smiled gently. Searching, she would whisper to herself, and she would return to the present. One afternoon, while washing bowls alone, she experienced something unexpected. Nothing dramatic. No thunder. No blinding light. Just a moment where there was no distance between her and the action. The water moved. Her hands moved. The bowl shone in the sunlight, and there was no Lila trying to achieve peace. Only washing, only water, only warmth. The sense of lack, the quiet feeling that something was missing, vanished completely. Not because she found something new, but because she stopped searching. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness, but from relief. All this time, she had been running toward happiness as if it were ahead of her, but happiness had been patiently waiting in the ordinary. That evening, she returned to the nun once more. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The nun looked at her with knowing eyes. "What do you understand?" "That I was never lacking anything," Lila replied. "I was only absent from my own life." The nun smiled. "Yes," she said, "when you are present, even washing a bowl is complete. When you are absent, even paradise feels insufficient. Let your breath slow even further now. Imagine holding a simple bowl in your hands. Feel its smooth surface. Feel the water moving across it. You do not need fireworks to fall asleep. You do not need a dramatic breakthrough. Rest is simple, like a candle glowing in a dark room. Quiet, steady, enough. Months later, Lila returned, to her riverside town. Nothing outwardly had changed. The same houses, the same river, the same people. But she no longer felt the restless need to escape. When she cooked, she cooked. When she walked, she walked. When she listened, she truly listened. And in that simplicity, she found the more she had always been seeking. Not in distant lands, not in secret teachings, but in being fully here. Tonight, you too can stop searching. Sleep is not somewhere else. Peace is not somewhere else. They are here, in the quiet space of this breath. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. And now, we will move into another story, one about forgiveness, about a heavy stone carried for many years, and about the freedom that comes when we finally set it down. Let your body sink a little deeper. There is nothing to chase, nothing to become, only this moment unfolding. Story 3. The Stone in the Traveler's Bag. There was once a traveler named Soren who walked from village to village, carrying a large leather bag across his shoulder. Inside the bag were his clothes, a small blanket, a wooden bowl, and a stone. The stone was smooth, gray, and heavier than it looked. He had picked it up many years earlier. At the time, he had been young and quick-tempered. During an argument with his older brother, harsh words were spoken, words sharp enough to cut deeper than knives. Pride kept Soren from apologizing. Pride kept his brother from forgiving. They parted without resolution. And in the days that followed, Soren felt something hard forming inside his chest. One afternoon, while walking alone on a dusty road, he saw the stone lying near his feet. Without fully knowing why, he picked it up. It felt like the weight in his heart. So he placed it in his bag. He told himself he would carry it until he felt ready to let go of his anger. But years passed, and the stone remained. At first, he barely noticed its weight. He was strong, young, determined. But slowly, with each mile, the burden grew more obvious. His shoulder ached, his back stiffened, and still he refused to remove it. This is what he did to me, Soren would think. This is what I deserve to carry. Perhaps you understand this feeling. Carrying something long after the moment has passed, a memory, a betrayal, a regret. Take a slow breath in and gently breathe out. Notice if there is anything you are carrying tonight, not in your hands, but in your heart. Soren never spoke about the stone. To others, he appeared strong and capable. But alone at night, when he lay down under open skies, he could feel the ache in his body, and deeper still, the ache of unfinished forgiveness. One evening, after a particularly long journey, Soren arrived at a quiet mountain hermitage. An elderly monk lived there, tending a small garden. Soren asked if he could rest for the night. The monk agreed with a simple nod. As Soren removed his bag and set it down, it landed heavily on the ground. The monk's eyes flickered toward it. "You travel with much weight," the monk observed gently. Soren shrugged. "Only what I need." The monk said nothing more. The next morning, as Soren prepared to leave, the monk handed him a cup of tea. "May I ask," the monk said calmly, "why you carry a stone?" Soren froze. He had never opened his bag in front of anyone. "How did you know?" he asked. The monk smiled softly. "When you walk, you lean slightly to the left. Your shoulder is lower. And when you set your bag down, you exhale with relief." Soren looked at the ground. "It is nothing," he muttered. The monk did not argue. Instead, he said, "Before you leave, would you help me carry water from the stream?" Reluctantly, Soren agreed. They walked together down a narrow path. The monk carried 2 wooden buckets filled with water. Soren carried his bag, as always. Halfway up the hill, Soren's steps slowed. The combined weight of the bag and the climb strained his muscles. The monk, though older and thinner, moved steadily. When they reached the top, Soren dropped his bag heavily and sat down, breathing hard. The monk set down his buckets. "Why not leave the bag at the bottom of the hill?" he asked gently. Soren frowned. "Because it is mine." The monk nodded. "Yes, but must you carry what is yours at every moment?" The question lingered in the air. Soren did not answer. The monk continued, "There is a difference between owning something and being owned by it." Those words struck deeper than Soren expected. He suddenly realized that he had never questioned the stone. He had simply assumed it belonged with him, like a permanent part of his identity. "I carry it to remember," Soren said quietly. "To remember what happened." The monk looked at him with compassion. "Do you think you will forget without it?" Soren hesitated. The truth was, he would never forget. The memory was carved into him more deeply than any stone. That night, Soren lay awake longer than usual. The monk's words echoed inside him. Owning something versus being owned by it. He reached into his bag and held the stone in his hands. It felt colder than before. He realized that he had mistaken punishment for loyalty. He believed that carrying the weight honored his pain, but perhaps it only prolonged it. As you rest now, imagine holding a stone in your hands. Feel its heaviness. Notice how long you have been gripping it. Notice the effort required to keep holding. And gently ask yourself, what would happen if I set it down? You do not have to answer tonight. Just feel the possibility. In the morning, Soren sat beside the monk in silence. Neither spoke. The wind moved softly through the garden. Birds called in the distance. The world did not demand that Soren forgive. It did not insist he let go. It simply continued. And in that quiet continuity, something in him began to loosen. But letting go would not be easy. The stone had been with him for years. It had become familiar, and sometimes even suffering can feel familiar. In the next part of his story, Soren will face the most difficult question of all. If he is not the one who was wronged, then who is he? For now, let your body relax further. Let your shoulders drop slightly. You do not need to carry anything in this moment. The bed is holding you. The earth is holding the bed. There is nothing to lift. That morning, mist hung low over the mountains. Soren sat alone near the edge of the hermitage, the stone resting in his lap. He turned it over slowly in his hands. For years, he had told himself a story in which he was the wounded one, the misunderstood one, the one who had been treated unfairly. And perhaps that story was not entirely false. But as he sat there in the cool silence, he began to see something else. The story had become his identity. Without it, who would he be? If he forgave his brother, if he released the anger, if he set down the stone, would the pain have meant nothing? Would the past be erased? The mind often clings to pain because it fears emptiness. It believes that without the wound, there will be nothing left. But the monk approached quietly and sat beside him. "Does the stone change when you look at it differently?" the monk asked. Soren examined it. It was still gray, still solid, still heavy. "No," he said. "And does your brother change in this moment?" Soren closed his eyes briefly. He had not seen his brother in many years. "I do not know," he admitted. The monk nodded. "The only thing that changes," he said softly, "is the one who carries the stone." Those words settled deeply. The monk continued, "Forgiveness is not saying the past did not hurt. It is deciding that you no longer wish to hurt yourself in response." Soren felt his throat tighten. All these years, he believed he was carrying the stone as proof of loyalty to his pain. But in truth, he had been punishing himself. The argument had lasted one afternoon. The silence between them had lasted years, and the weight in his bag had grown heavier with every step. The monk pointed toward a small stream flowing nearby. "Bring the stone," he said. They walked slowly to the water. The stream moved gently over smooth rocks, never clinging to any of them. It touched each stone and then moved on. Soren knelt at the edge. He dipped his fingers into the water. Cool, refreshing, alive. He held the stone above the stream. His hands trembled slightly. For a moment, fear rose inside him. If I let this go, what remains? The monk's voice was calm. You are not letting go of memory. You are letting go of burden. Soren inhaled deeply. He realized something profound in that instant. The stone had never protected him. It had never brought him closer to understanding. It had only reminded him of separation. And he was tired. Tired of leaning to one side. Tired of the ache in his shoulder. Tired of rehearsing the old argument in his mind. Very slowly he opened his fingers. The stone slipped from his hand and disappeared into the flowing water. There was no dramatic sound, no lightning in the sky, just a small splash, and then movement. The stream continued exactly as before. But Soren felt something shift inside his chest. A lightness, a spaciousness, as if a tight knot had been loosened. He remained kneeling there for a long time, not because he was waiting for something more, but because there was nothing more to do. The monk stood beside him. Notice, he said quietly, the stream did not resist the stone. It did not cling to it. It allowed it to pass. Soren nodded. And you, the monk added gently, are more like the stream than the stone. Let that image rest inside you now. You are not the heavy object. You are the awareness in which heaviness appears. If there is something you have been carrying, a regret, a resentment, a self-judgment, imagine placing it gently into a flowing stream. You do not have to force it away. Just loosen your grip. Feel your shoulders now. Allow them to soften a little more. Feel your jaw. Let it unclench. Soren stayed at the hermitage one more day. When he picked up his bag to leave, it felt different, lighter, not only physically, but inwardly. As he walked down the mountain path, he noticed something surprising. The world seemed the same. The sky was still wide, the road still dusty, the journey still uncertain. But he no longer felt dragged by the past. He walked upright, balanced, and for the first time in years, he felt curiosity instead of resentment. Perhaps he would one day see his brother again. Perhaps not. But the reconciliation that mattered most had already begun within himself. And so, the traveler continued on, no longer owned by what he once carried. Tonight, as you rest, ask yourself gently, is there a stone in my bag? If there is, You do not need to throw it away immediately. Just acknowledge it, hold it with kindness, and know that you are allowed to set it down when you are ready. Take one slow, calming breath in and let it out fully. Your body is growing heavier now. Your mind is quieter than before. We have walked through wind, through searching, through forgiveness, and now we will move into our final story before we slowly drift toward deep rest. A story about a candle in the dark and how even the smallest light can dissolve fear. Let your breath become soft and natural. There is nowhere else you need to go. Story 4. The Candle That Was Never Afraid of the Dark. In a small mountain village where winters were long and nights stretched endlessly, there lived a young boy named Taro. Taro was afraid of the dark, not just a little uneasy, truly afraid. When the sun disappeared behind the peaks and shadows filled the corners of his home, his imagination came alive. Every creak of wood became a footstep. Every gust of wind against the walls became a whisper. He would lie in bed with his eyes wide open, heart beating quickly, waiting for morning. His grandmother, who raised him, noticed this fear. One evening, instead of dismissing it, she handed him a small candle. "This is for you," she said softly. Taro looked at it skeptically. Will it stop the dark? His grandmother smiled gently. No, she said, but light it and watch carefully. That night, when darkness filled his room again, Taro's fear returned as usual. The corners of the room seemed endless. The ceiling felt far away. The silence felt heavy. With trembling hands, he lit the candle. A small flame flickered to life. At first, it seemed too small to matter. The darkness was vast. The flame was tiny. But slowly, something remarkable happened. Wherever the light touched, the shadows softened. The shapes in the room became familiar again. The chair, the door, the window. The darkness had not disappeared entirely, but it no longer felt threatening. Taro stared at the flame. It did not fight the dark. It did not argue with it. It simply burned, steady, quiet, unafraid. As you lie here tonight, perhaps there are dark spaces in your own mind, uncertainty, loneliness, old memories, future worries. Notice them gently and imagine lighting a small candle within your chest. A soft golden flame, not large, not dramatic, just steady. Inhale slowly, exhale softly. The next morning, Taro, ran to his grandmother. "The candle worked," he exclaimed. "The darkness did not feel so big anymore." His grandmother nodded. "Was the dark truly smaller?" she asked. Taro thought about it. "No," he admitted. "What changed then?" she asked. Taro paused. "The light," he said. His grandmother smiled again. "The dark does not need to be defeated," she said. "It only needs to be met with light." As Taro grew older, he began to understand that the darkness was not only in his room at night, it appeared in other forms. When he failed at something, when someone spoke harshly to him, when he felt alone in a crowd, the same fear would rise. But now, instead of running from it, he would imagine the small flame. He would take a breath, and he would let the light of awareness fill the moment. The fear did not always vanish instantly, but it no longer controlled him. One winter, a fierce storm struck the village. Snow fell heavily, cutting off roads and isolating homes. During the longest night of the storm, the village lost power. No lanterns, no lamps, only darkness. Taro, now a young man, felt the old childhood fear stirring inside him. The wind howled loudly. The walls trembled. He remembered being small, frightened, helpless. For a moment, panic tried to take hold. But then he remembered the candle. He searched in a drawer and found one. With steady hands, he lit it. The flame flickered wildly at first, reacting to the drafts, but it did not go out. Taro sat in the center of the room, watching it. Outside, the storm raged. Inside, the candle burned. He realized something powerful in that moment. The flame was fragile, yet resilient. It did not stop the storm. It did not silence the wind, but it created warmth and visibility in the midst of chaos. And he could choose to protect it. He cupped his hands gently around the flame, shielding it from the drafts, not gripping, not smothering, just protecting. In Buddhism, awareness is like this candle. It does not eliminate difficulty, it illuminates it. When sadness arises, awareness sees it. When anger arises, awareness sees it. When fear arises, awareness sees it. And in being seen clearly, those emotions lose their mystery. They become shapes in the room, not monsters in the dark. Tonight, as you rest, notice if any storm is blowing through your thoughts. Perhaps subtle, perhaps strong. You do not need to silence the wind. Just light the candle. Feel your breath as the flame. Gentle, steady. Inhale, exhale. The storm may continue for a while, but the light inside you does not depend on perfect conditions. It depends only on attention. Taro stayed awake that night, not in fear, but in quiet observation, watching the flame, listening to the wind, feeling the warmth of the small light against the vast dark. And as he watched, he realized something even deeper. The darkness had never been his enemy. It was simply the space in which the light could be seen. Without darkness, the candle would go unnoticed. Without difficulty, awareness would not shine so clearly. And this realization changed the way he saw his entire life. In the next part of this final story, we will gently explore how Taro came to understand that he himself was not just the one holding the candle, but the light itself. For now, allow your body to relax further. Let the mattress hold you completely. Let your breathing become softer, quieter. The candle is already lit. The storm lasted through the night. Snow pressed against the doors. Wind traced its restless fingers along the roof. The world outside was wild and unpredictable, but inside, the small candle continued to burn. Taro sat with it for hours, noticing something subtle. The flame did not struggle. It leaned when the wind slipped through cracks in the wall. It straightened when the air became still. It adjusted naturally. It did not resist what it could not control. And in watching this, Taro saw a reflection of his own mind. When fear came, he used to tense against it. When uncertainty appeared, he tried to push it away. When sadness rose, he judged himself for feeling weak. He had been fighting the dark, but the candle did not fight. It simply shone. As the night deepened, Taro closed his eyes for a moment and brought his attention inward. He imagined the flame not just in front of him, but inside his chest, warm, gentle, unhurried. The storm outside grew distant. The darkness in the corners of the room felt neutral. And within him, there was a quiet center that did not shake. In that stillness, a realization unfolded softly. The flame was not afraid of the dark because it understood something essential. Darkness is only the absence of light, and light does not need permission to shine. Tonight, as you rest, notice if there are places inside you that feel dark, memories you avoid, emotions you silence, questions without answers. You do not need to solve them. Just bring a small, steady awareness to them. Not analyzing, not judging, just illuminating. Imagine your breath as that candle. With each inhale, the flame grows steady. With each exhale, It glows calmly. No rush, no effort. Eventually, the storm outside began to quiet. The wind softened. The snow fell more gently. And before dawn, Taro realized something surprising. He had not been afraid all night, not because the storm had stopped, but because he had stopped resisting it. The candle still burned, though it had grown shorter. He understood then that the flame would not last forever. No candle does, but the capacity to light one, that was always available. Years later, Taro became a teacher in the village. People came to him with their fears: fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of death. He did not give them complicated instructions. He did not promise a life without darkness. Instead, he would light a candle in front of them and say gently, "Watch." They would sit together in silence, observing the flame, and gradually people would notice their breath slowing, their shoulders relaxing, their thoughts softening. Then Taro would say, "The light you see here is not different from the awareness inside you. It is steady when you allow it to be steady." As you listen now, perhaps your mind is quieter than it was at the beginning. Perhaps your body feels heavier. Perhaps the edges of your thoughts are softer. Notice that. Notice how awareness has been present the entire time. Through wind, through searching, through stones, through storms, awareness remained. Like the sky behind clouds, like the stream beneath the stone, like the candle in the dark. And here we are now, near the end of our journey tonight. Let your breathing become even slower, even gentler. There is nothing left to understand, nothing left to achieve. Just rest. In a moment, we will move into our closing, a gentle return to stillness, a soft gathering of the lessons we have walked through, and an invitation to drift fully into deep, nourishing sleep. Feel the warmth of the inner flame. Steady, quiet, enough. Now, let everything grow softer. The stories have been told. The journeys have unfolded. There is nowhere left to travel tonight. Just rest here with me for a little while longer. We began with the man who tried to hold the wind. He believed peace would come from control, but he discovered that the tighter he closed his fist, the more exhausted he became. And only when he opened his hand did he feel free. Then, we met the woman who searched too far. She traveled great distances looking for happiness, only to realize she had been absent from her own life. And when she finally washed one bowl with full presence, she found what she had been chasing all along. We walked beside the traveler who carried a heavy stone. For years, he believed his pain was something he must protect. But in setting it down, he did not lose himself. He found balance again, and finally, we sat with the boy who feared the dark. He learned that light does not fight darkness. It simply shines. Now, gently notice something. In every story, there was movement. Wind moved, water flowed, storms passed, flames flickered, and yet something remained constant. Awareness, the sky behind the wind, the presence within the searching, the stream beneath the stone, the light within the dark. That awareness is here now. It has been here the entire time you were listening. It did not struggle with the stories. It did not cling to them. It simply received. Now, allow your body to fully surrender to rest. Feel the back of your head supported. Feel your shoulders melting into the surface beneath you. Feel your arms heavy, your hands relaxed, your legs loose and at ease. Take one slow, deep breath in. Hold it gently for just a moment and release it slowly, completely. Let the breath return to its natural rhythm. No control, no effort, just breathing. If thoughts arise, let them move like wind across a vast sky. You do not need to follow them. If emotions appear, let them flow like a stream. You do not need to hold them. If darkness feels present, remember the candle. Awareness is already glowing softly within you. Now, we will move into a short, gentle meditation to guide you into sleep. Bring your attention to your breath, not changing it, just feeling it. The coolness as you inhale, the warmth as you exhale. Imagine that with every exhale, your body grows heavier. 10, your forehead softens. 9, your jaw releases. 8, your shoulders sink. 7, your chest loosens. 6, your arms grow warm and heavy. 5, your stomach softens. 4, your hips relax deeply. 3, your legs feel supported and still. 2, your feet completely at ease. 1, your whole body resting. Now imagine yourself as the sky, wide, open, limitless. Thoughts are clouds drifting slowly across you. You do not chase them. You do not resist them. They come, they go, and you remain. Imagine yourself as the stream. Memories and emotions are leaves floating on the surface. They pass gently. You remain. Imagine yourself as the candle, quietly shining in the dark. No fear, no struggle, just warmth, just presence. If sleep begins to pull you gently downward, allow it. There is nothing more you need to hear, nothing more you need to do. You are safe. You are supported. You are allowed to rest. May your mind be peaceful. May your body be at ease. May your heart feel light. And as you drift into sleep, remember softly, you never needed to hold the wind. You never needed to search so far. You never needed to carry the stone forever. You have always been the sky, the stream, the light. Good night. Rest deeply and let the quiet carry you home.